Alrighty, let's do this. I am sorry I am late, y'all. Today is my nephew's birthday, and so I went up to my sister's house to visit, and my family is absolutely one of those families that does not know how to say goodbye and then just go. We are absolutely people that are like, okay, gotta go, so nice to see you, so nice to see you. And then we talk for another 10 minutes, and then we once again are like, okay, so nice to see you, you know, gotta go, gotta go. Also, I'm moving myself to the other side of the screen because I don't like being on that side. To be honest, it did not work. It did not feel right for me, for some reason. So, we're just gonna have to edit that a little bit. I'm gonna have to edit myself a little bit, it seems. There we go. Boom. Hello! Hey girl, hey. Trying to figure myself out here. Like I just said, we went up for my nephew's birthday and then we got home late and I was like rushing to get everything together. Let me just pull up. I always play a backup. Actually, I'll be fine. I'll be fine without the backup tonight. We'll just jump right in. I really do wish at some point I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to get myself like a proper studio setup where everything looks right. Is that better? Am I okay? Better. So I think every single day I get a yeah. You logged in. Woo! Cool. I'm gonna start out with just a couple casual missions or casual battles because I do not want to lose my rank. The whole way that this works is that like you start out in single battle or double battle at like Pokeball rank 4, and then you move from 4 to 3, 3 to 2, 2 to 1, and then you move to Great Ball, and then all the way through that, and then you move to Ultra Ball, and I guess then probably Master Ball, but like double battles are definitely more my thing. Double battles are my bread and butter. I just need to adjust it a little bit more because I feel like I'm a little out of scene here. Yes, perfect. Double battles are my deal because I like to be able to use Pokemon to like complement off of each other. But I don't want to mess up my ranking again. So we're just going to do some casual double battles. I have picked up some new Pokemon. I got Politoed and Farigiraf. And I also really like Politoed. He's cool. He's just so cute. And you know what's funny is I have, from when I was a kid, probably before Politoed existed, I have this like frog plush because I used to love frogs as a kid. And it looks, minus the little twirly thing, pretty much exactly like a Politoed. So, and as cute as he is, he has a move called Perish Song, where, I'll just read you the description, gives all Pokemon on the field the perishing status, and the perishing status is they will all faint in 3 turns. So he just kills everyone, including himself. He said, I'm taking us all down with me. If I'm not winning, we're all losing. But yeah, let's do this. I think I'm gonna do I have access to Leaf Green music? No. It's a shame. That's like my favorite, aside from Pokemon Ruby. Let's do it. I will say 9 times out of 10, honestly work. Yeah, he he's doing that Samson option where he's like, if I die, we all die. Oh no. Sometimes just looking at someone's name and their team can tell you your chances in the upcoming fight. And Dortina and her team seem like they're gonna rock my shit. But let's try. Let's try it out. I know that the little pepper dude at the top, he got a new Mega Evolution that I have not seen yet, so I'm really excited to see that. But oh god. I would like to think that if people looked at my team, they would be like, that's interesting. They definitely wouldn't be like intimidated because it looks very cutesy in a way, but they would be like, that's an interesting an interesting team. You dead, but good luck. Thank you. Oh no, he looks cool too. Oh shit. And I'm like, hey. I do have a good like strategy though. If I can make it happen, my strategy is very, very good. So we do Muddy Water, and I do a rain dance, and that'll bring rain. And then if I can survive long enough to get that rain dance off, I can also use Thunder with my giraffe, and Thunder will do like 110 damage and always hits in the rain. So we'll just have to see how it goes. God damn it. It's like they know my strategy, so they try to kill the giraffe right away. They just murder the giraffe. I'm sorry, are you Eric Trump over here killing giraffes? What's going on? I did a good amount of damage to Tauros, though. That was nice. Bastiodon is a good addition. I love him. He's one of my favorite Pokemon. He's basically a big lizard castle when you get right down to it. He's very retaliatory. What is it gonna look like? Okay, so he's just emo now. Okay, and he's got an actual pepper coming out of his chest. I'm so sorry, but he literally looks like, tonight will be the night and I will fall for you. He looks like that. Sir. Between him and the ice crab, dude, I don't know if you saw, but there was a crab that got a new Mega Evolution, and he basically just ooh, that's cool. He has a new ability. But this crab basically just gets these big ice boots. I don't know how to describe it, really. He's just a little weirdo. I also, hold on, I have to turn on more light in my apartment here, and I do it through my phone. I'm not fancy. It's LED lights. Don't get it twisted. That should be better. Help me see a little bit. So I'm really doing protect right now. I think what we might also do tonight is we might also... That motherfucker used protect. We might also change our outfit, because I've changed my outfit one time, so far, and I am nothing if not a sucker for fashion. Every single game I play, it doesn't matter like the defense, it matters what it looks like. 110%. I quite frankly, you know what? I think it's time for Parish Song. I think it's time for the Samson option. Everyone's going out. If I'm going out, everyone's going out. If he survives long enough, which he's not going to. This is why I start with casual battles. Because if I were to lose this pathetically in a ranked battle, I might have to hang up my Pokemon gloves. I don't know. My Pokeballs? I don't want to hang up my balls. I mean, we did know from the start that this guy was a badass, so I don't really feel too bad. But my little Chinese, Japanese bell sash thing, I can't remember what it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be like a charm that would typically hang from your roof or something to bring you good luck. A for effort, thank you. Yeah, we really put it in. And I could have surrendered anytime, but I really just wanted to try, you know? Nice job, Dortina. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but oh, he's a psychic. Oh, damn. I chose Mountaineer because, ironically enough, that's what my high school mascot was, but here we are. The only down... Get ready to battle Za! I'm gonna battle Za? Man, first I battled freaking Hatsune Miku, and now I'm battling Weed? We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna do... They set up these battles on purpose for you to lose. Sometimes it does feel that way. Sometimes it really does feel like there are... I don't know, especially in ranked battles, sometimes I feel like on both sides, when you're on the verge of about to like level up, they make it harder almost. Or if you're fresh into a league, the first battle always seems like weirdly easy. I don't know. The thing about these battles too is these battles might be the people who have already freaking steamrolled the ranked battles and now are just like, let me murder some casuals. Let me absolutely obliterate some people who are just trying to have fun. Because while I love the Pokemon community, I really, really do, they are nothing if not performative to a fault. So there's a lot of people, men my age, who get a kick out of having such a good, perfectly trained team and just shit stomping everyone. And it's not like that's not a crime, but at the same time it's like, are we gonna be fun? Are we gonna have fun here, Michael? Or are we gonna just make it a hellscape for the children who are trying to play this game? You know? So, while I like to win, I also don't like just steamrolling people and then calling it a fun time, you know? So. I like to have a healthy element of... Is that a match bowl? Oh my gosh. Yes, it's Matcha. He's Matcha. And it's so funny because he wasn't even the first. He was like in the Pokemon region that was based off of the UK, there was a tea Pokemon that was like a ghost Pokemon that inhabited a teapot. And then there was a DLC for a newer Pokemon game where... Oh, he took him away. Where he like had a regional variant that was matcha because it was in Japan. So it's actually really cool because it's like a ghost and grass type because of the matcha. And he has this ability called hospitality where I think he like, I can't remember what it does, but it's a really, really cool Pokemon. And I do love Pokemon for that reason. They come up with some really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Then again, so does like Digimon and all that. So I have never played Digimon, but I have seen people playing Digimon, and it really seems like they've got some wild shit. Quite frankly, they've got some, like, I don't know what to call it, deviant art looking shit on there. So. Also, Incineroar makes me uncomfortable. I don't know how to describe it, but just like viewing him makes me feel unsafe. I don't know how to describe it. It might not make sense, but I just don't like him. And it's sad because when his starter form came out, which was a little baby kitten that was black and red, I was like, hell yeah, that's adorable. And then it turned into a furry luchador. So you lost me there. Kingambit is really cool too. I remember in Scarlet and Violet, I think, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet is when Kingambit came out, and I had a female one, so I named it Queen Gambit, and it was a straight up murderer. Welcome to the country. People flying by on quads at night. Not to blame them, you know. I used to do the same thing. I used to do the same damn thing, just with a friggin' motorcycle. I will say, Politoed is a real one. He has survived some stuff. Same with Farigiraf. If we play our cards right, we might actually be able to, like, pull this off. Matcha gotcha. Goddamn. Thank you. I'm trying. The thing that's so weird about Pokemon is I sometimes feel like I get cocky because I've been playing since ever. But like, I forget that there are young people who can easily kick my butt. Like right now, this is the test right now of strategy. So like we both did very good in the battle, but because of the strategy that this person has worked out with their Sinistcha, they just like, they're smart and they have a setup that has kept them alive. So now I'm on the ropes, burnt, and they're healing themselves. So like sometimes it really does come down to like brains. Just brains. And to be honest, I really don't put a heck of a lot of brains into my fighting. Like, I try to think about move matchups and all that, but I truthfully don't like sit and think for an evening about what the perfect matchups are going to be and all that. Real quick, we're going to go back to the homepage. And also, I'm going to fix my camera because I look like a freaking ghost right now. I look like a goddamn Casper. I'll just turn down the gain a little bit. Or a lot, I guess. I don't know. I'm so bad at camera stuff. That's what it is. It's the brightness. Okay. And we'll turn the gain back up. I freaking hate trackpads. Me trying to navigate a drag pad on a laptop is like an ant trying to figure out calculus. Okay. Back to normal. A little bit on the bright side though. Is this better now? Like about to ascend bright? Better now? Okay. Love y'all. This is the fun part. Let me just take a quick break from the live stream for a second to talk about this is the best part about live streaming is being able to work together with other human beings and like oh no, is it still bright? Oh god, okay. Or is the chat just behind? I just want to figure out before I go. Okay, cool. But yeah, this is the best part about live streaming is being able to, in real time, figure out with people what's going on and all that stuff. You know, very descriptive, all that stuff. Okay. Let's go. I don't have enough VP to recruit any Pokemon right now. Or even buy clothes, I think. So we're just gonna like... Ah, yes. Okay, we're gonna hop into a ranked battle. We're gonna do single battles just because I don't want to mess up my double battle progress. But let's boogie. Ultimately, what would be nice is once I eventually get a PC, I might buy a separate microphone and camera and all of that for the PC and just have a separate recording area and then do like the heavier stuff there and the lighter stuff like this right here. Kind of have two stations. So that way I don't have to move anything. Everything can just stay exactly the way it is and I don't have to worry about figuring anything out. Oh, damn. Rockruff 72. Oh, I forgot. There's only 3 because it's a single battle. Got a new hat today. They always seem very tall. Either that or I just have a small head, but it's from the Outer Banks. Because my sister went to the Outer Banks. Right? Okay, so one of my favorite things to do in the summertime is go and see the Hartford Yard Goats. They're like a AAA Connecticut baseball team. And their colors are like blue and light blue. So that color scheme has started to be a big one for me. Also in Spanish, they're called Los Chivos. So it's really fun. I bought a jersey last time I was there. That's something else we gotta do. We gotta go to the beach. We gotta go to the Hartford Yard Goats while we're there, because it's not even that far into Hartford. It's like West Hartford, and you barely get in, and then you park and you're there. So, totally worth it. And for those who don't live in Connecticut, it is also worth it, honestly. They do fun stuff. You know, it's not just baseball. They sometimes have like opportunities at the end if you have kids, for your kids to go run the bases and stuff like that. It's really fun. They have a mascot. They have a goat sometimes there. They actually have a live goat in its own little pen area. So, very much something to see. You bastard. I guess Polytoad. They are very connected with the community. They like to, you know, they seem like one of those baseball teams that is, I'm a dumbass, I pressed the wrong button. But they seem like one of those baseball teams that's made up of like relatively local people. So it ends up being fairly nice to see. I can't believe I just did that. Venusaur. Bulbasaur was my OG. Like, he was back in, God, what, 2004? I picked Bulbasaur for Leaf Green and fell in love. The first Pokemon game I played was Gold and Silver, but I was young enough at that point that I didn't really, like, I understood what was going on, but I did not really, like, fully grasp Pokemon because I was just too young. But then by the time Ruby and Sapphire and then Leaf Green and Fire Red rolled around, I was like locked in. Fully locked in. So. Nice. Not nice. Battling with fire, it should be fire, and so on. Sort of, like, to an extent. Like, there's times where, like, right now, Bastiodon is just much more of a defense Pokemon. He has this caveat where he has the move Metal Burst, so he can absorb damage and reflect it back. But like right now, oh my god, he avoided 2 attacks in a row. What a G. But right now the best bet I have is using Venusaur first, and then... Dude, Venusaur just avoiding attacks left and right is making my evening. What a good guy. He's like, oh, a Fire Blast? Another Fire Blast? Oh, he's Mega Evolving. He got pissed. He said, you're avoiding me? Let's cut that shit right out. If he avoids it... Dude! Venusaur! Venusaur just dodging, dancing around fire blasts like a real one. To be frank, there's no other way to put it. And he got us up to the next rank too. Oh my god. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna quit battling just for a second. And then we are going to reform our team just a little bit. I want to claim this stuff. I should also collect my stuff here. You can get rewards like all the time. Ooh, and we might be close to being able to recruit a Pokemon. So... extremely effective moves 5 times. Yeah, we're close. Dodging it like a real G. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to... Venusaur, and I'm trying to figure out who would go well with him as like a match. Someone that would cover his defenses, or cover his weaknesses rather, which would be fire, flying, ground, psychic. Fire, flying, ground, psychic, ice. Because grass is weak to ice and fire. And flying, and then poison is weak to psychic and... ground. Psychic and ground. When they recruit. When you recruit, you basically get like a random lineup. And I don't think it's all of the Pokemon that are in the current universe, because there's like 1,000. So I think they have selected a couple hundred, I think. And then what happens is you get a lineup of like 6 or 7. And then you get to pick one of them to recruit permanently. Or you can recruit them temporarily, but I usually try to just recruit them permanently. So I'm thinking let's move Vivillon in, because Vivillon will cover the psychic weakness because it's a bug. That's the fun thing. There's like a couple weird ways I've come to realize, or I've come to like learn how to remember the type matchups. And when it comes to psychic, I think of it like human beings. So like psychic is weak to dark, ghost, and bug. And so like humans are typically afraid of the dark, bugs, and ghosts. So, stuff like that. Let's give him an item. I guess... just give him a berry, because I don't really have anything to give him. Hold up. What is this? Oh, okay. Wait just a damn minute. Hold up. I just noticed something. This Rhyperior has the ability Lightning Rod. I should be pairing Rhyperior with Politoed, because Lightning Rod absorbs all the electric moves, and then because he's a ground type, he does not get he doesn't get hurt by electric. So if I had Politoed and Rhyperior out at the same time, if someone attacked Politoed with a Thunder, like a Lightning move, it would automatically get pulled to Rhyperior, and Rhyperior wouldn't get damaged by it. All right. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Okay. This is the fun thing about Pokemon, and I really hope you do play Pokemon someday. I'm like an evangelist when it comes to Pokemon. I'm like, you should play. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Pikachu? Because you should. You're having a hard time in your life, Pokemon. I just really enjoy the way that you can, especially nowadays. We were talking about this the last time we played Pokemon on a stream, but like the way that you can create your own custom team out of the Pokemon that kind of reflect your personality and the way that you go about solving problems is so cool. That's my favorite part about this game in particular, is you get like a front seat to not only how people decide to dress themselves as a trainer, but the Pokemon they decide to use, the way they decide to battle. You get like a glimpse into people's personalities via the way that they play Pokemon. It's just so cool. I love it. I love it. Alright. Let's do another single battle, because that was pretty good. Even though I was just talking about how how awesome that team would be. We're gonna do another single battle. But yeah, I don't know. I just love any game that affords you the opportunity to express yourself in a way to allow you to complete the game in a unique way that is unique to you is so cool. Expression, individuality, very important things. Okay. I should be okay with this. Yeah. It's fun. That's another reason I like Minecraft, and that's another reason I'm so excited to start the Minecraft realm with a bunch of different people. That has honestly been like a fantasy of mine. Owner Brellum, very cool name, but that's been like a fantasy of mine for like the last decade, has been to start a realm where I can play with my friends and we can all build things and do things to express ourselves and have fun. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's gonna be so fun. That's why I like The Sims. See, I can't wait to try The Sims either. I definitely am going to do it as a, like, filmed video, you could say, instead of a live stream, because I think that would, like you said, just work more. However, I feel like it's gonna be fun. Once I get past that little hiccup of I feel like I always get stuck in the first like 20 minutes of Sims, but I can definitely work past that. And then I feel like once you get over that hump, phenomenal. I don't think I'm gonna live this Rosa raid, but that's okay. Steel is immune to poison in this game. For me, the mods help. That is me with Minecraft too. Like, I don't enjoy necessarily some of the mods that add like teleportation and stuff like that, but there are some of the recent add-ons in Minecraft that have made it so, like, perfectly balanced. So there, every once in a while, stuff like that comes up where it's like, you know, just a little bit of a tweak to the original game makes it so much more better. Like, it makes it just perfect. I can't believe that hoe put me to sleep. I cannot believe that hoe put me to sleep. Can't stand that. If I can survive long enough, I can wreck him. Are you kidding? I should have been able to outspeed him. God damn. That's it. Guess we'll just go back to Bastard. Yeah. Metal Burst. This should do a ton of damage. I should survive it because of my ability Sturdy. And then Metal Burst does, I think, 25% more than the damage you took. Damn. Okay. I thought that would kill him, but it did not. Yep, there it is. Renew. Well, that was still good. I'll boil that up to a bad type matchup. Just did not really have what I needed in that fight. I think what we might do real quick, I have to take a quick break so I can feed my cat. So it's gonna be like 2 minutes and I'll be back. And then we will go from there. I know, screw that mole with scissors for hands. He is real cool, but at the same time, fighting him is not real cool. But I will be right back. And then we will go from there. Alrighty. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do, I think, at least one double battle just to try it out. Depending on how that goes. It's the Great Ball tier, which makes me nervous. Because that's some real shit right there. I think you'll see what I mean, but like, The curve in ability just is so steep. Is so steep. Oh god, I think we might actually change up one thing here. I have 3 teams right now, and one of them is just kind of goofy guys. Team 2 is legit just goofy guys. Team 3 is dragons, which works out well enough. Team 1 is the one I like the most, but I will say Dragonite's Mega Evolution really thoroughly helps. So I just don't know exactly. Maybe we'll just send it. We'll just do it. Go. We'll just go. No point in fretting. Am I right? Sometimes overthinking is the killer of creativity, as they say, or the killer of spontaneity. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes. Not me putting it the wrong freaking way. I'm so tired of this damn camera. And you know, it does have a function where it auto follows you, but every time I use that function, it is a little bit of a nightmare. You two together. You two together. I'm thinking we might do okay. I just remembered too about Rhyperier's lightning rod ability, so I'm feeling good about that. No way it's fluid. He just looks the same. This might be like the default look for people. Every once in a while, I'll see someone who looks exactly the same and be like, oh shit. Did we just fight? That's embarrassing. Literally, of course he was. Shh. You little bitch. Okay, you with your demonic shit. And I don't like protect. I don't like protect. I don't like it when I know I avoided 3 attacks in a row, which I was gonna say this earlier. If that happened to me, I'd probably cry. If someone avoided 3 attacks in a row, I'd probably cry. So, this is just my karma for that, I guess you could say. The fucking Sinistcha, dude. Sorry for the expletive, but like, the Sinistcha is just so OP. It's literally a cup of matcha. This should do okay. I think this bug and flying resists. Try to save mine, end up wasting them. Oh my god, yeah. The thing about Protect 2 is it, like, the more you use it, the less effective it gets. So, it's just kind of... And then the thing too is, every single Sinistcha I have ever seen anyone use in this game just repeatedly uses Matcha Gotcha over and over and over again. Which, I don't know. Like, sure, it's a working move, so it's, I guess, not the worst thing in the world, but there's something very NPC. It's very NPC behavior to just spam the same move over and over again. I'll just say that. And then you just withdraw them over and over. I don't know. I respect the way. I just have to rant for 5 seconds, okay? I respect that people have different methods of battling. But I feel like I'm trying to find the right way to say this. I feel like people have min-maxed the cheapest way to win battles, and then they use that as a Bible instead of just using, at risk of sounding salty, instead of just using Pokemon that you like and doing your best in a battle, you like research the best Pokemon to use and the best moves, and you create a team that makes it impossible for people to do well against you, and then you feel good about yourself because you repeatedly win. But like, I don't know. It's just part of Pokemon. It's always been part of Pokemon. Ever since competitive battling has ever been a thing, there's always been people who spend their day figuring out the exact best team. And then against those people, there's just really no way to win unless you can outmaneuver them. However, oh no, I didn't want to continue battling. However, I don't know. It just, sometimes I get the feeling of like, I don't know, like maybe have fun with it, get a life. But that's the other thing. I don't really spend a lot of time. As much as I have enjoyed this game, I don't spend a ton of time playing it, so it really is just down to people who spend a lot of time playing the game and have really gotten good at it versus people who jump in for fun. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. I'm like, the nice thing about casual battles, or at least in theory, the nice thing about casual battles is it could just be fun, but as we have witnessed, it doesn't end up being that way. It's basically just ranked battles, but you don't lose like experience if you lose. So I don't know. Still love the game. Still a very fun game. But the more I play it, the more I'm starting to see how it's gonna become a lot like a lot of the pay-to-win games out there, where it becomes not very easy to enjoy if you don't find a way to min-max your success. But I'm still holding out hope that it'll be like enjoyable. And it is. But anyways, rant over. Rant over. Ooh. Yeah, he gone. The toad gone. He sat on the toad's face. And he got what he got for it. Oh, Hydreigon. I love Hydreigon. He's a cool dude. Bug is also super effective against dark types. I have not yet figured out how to rationalize that one, but it is what it is, as you can see. Because Hydreigon is dragon and dark type, so. Nice. We should be good, I think. We defeated Wei Hong. Nice. Okay, so we're going to back out for now. We did! Hell yeah. We're gonna back out because we have enough to recruit another Pokemon. In fact, we might have enough to do 2 when everything is said and done. But we'll see. It might just be 1. Might just be 1. Yeah. We're still gonna recruit 1 though. Once a day, you can get a free, like, random lineup of Pokemon. And then after that, you just pay those like tickets that you just saw, those little pink tickets. But we're gonna see what we get. I'm hoping I get a Sableye. I'm hoping I get a Sableye. Oh Lord, give me a Sableye. Please. Oh, holy fucking shit! A shiny Politoed. Y'all! Oh my god! Oh my god, we are taking him! Oh my god! Okay. The only sad part about this is that I also really enjoy Torkoal. But like, fuck, sorry to say this, but fuck that. We are getting the shiny Politoed. Are you kidding me? How lucky. And it's sassy. It's a sassy Politoed. I can't even say the name right now. And its ability is Drizzle, which immediately brings rain in. So if I can teach it Thunder, which I think I can, it'll be a... Thank you. We're recruiting it forever. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I feel bad for the Politoed that we have been using, but I'm sorry, sir. You're getting replaced with the shiny Politoed. My goodness. Let's look at him. Woo! Okay. Hypnosis, Perish Song. We should train him. We're gonna have to train him. We're gonna have to give him some good moves. A good move set. I can't believe that. I'm so glad that happened on a stream. Yeah, his like stats or specs, either or works. But that he is looking good. He's got good special attack because most of his attacks are special attacks. He's got really good health, and he's got good special defense. And his special defense is the stuff that is on the rise. Each personality, like Sassy or Hardy or whatever it may be, has one stat that grows faster and one stat that grows slower. So special defense is going to grow faster for him, in theory. I don't think they actually, like, gain levels in this game, per se, but you know, in theory, his special defense is good, which is what we need. I can't believe that. That's so cool. Okay, we're keeping Perish Song. We are not keeping Hypnosis. It would behoove us to use water type moves, or if we can teach him Thunder. I don't know if we can teach him Thunder. No, okay. But it'd be behoove us to teach him water type moves because he has Drizzle, which will power up water type moves because of the rain. So we're definitely going to teach him Hydro Pump. Weather Ball, I think how it works is depending on the weather, it changes type. So if there's rain, it'll turn to water type. And I think it also doubles in power if there is a water effect. So we're going to keep Weather Ball. Perish Song, while it's great in normal Pokemon, and I haven't used it yet in Pokemon Champions, I get the feeling it's not going to be as like quick and effective enough. You know what I mean? Like I think we need to focus more on moves that are more like right now, you know? So yeah, kind of useless in this situation for sure. In like Leaf Green and Fire Red, there were some battles that would go on forever because Pokemon just had so much health and all that. So at that point, Perish Song is like a nice last resort way out. But for this type of scenario, I don't think it's really necessarily worth it. This Chilling Water, this is what I should do because it doesn't do a lot of damage per se. It only does 50, but it does lower their attack. So they do less damage to me. So, and I don't need Rain Dance because it has Drizzle. So I don't need to call Rain. I just have Rain. The user loses half of its max HP to boost its attacks to its 6th stage. Damn. See, that seems cool, but I don't like the idea of cutting my health in half for just like a 6th stage attack, because who knows if you're even gonna hit. I guess we're just gonna do We're just gonna do something simple like Dive, I think. Because Dive also, you disappear for a turn, so you can, in theory, avoid an attack. Alright. Woo! I forgot. You know, my dumbass already forgot that he is shiny. I was so deep into the moves that I was just like, oh my god, it's shiny. Okay. Missions. Let's do a battle. Might as well. Might as well. Let's do this. Me rubbing my hands together like a dirty little fly. Sometimes it takes a while. Jameson. Oh, God. I feel like I'm probably battling a Nepo baby. Every once in a while, I try to like look at my team and think about what my weaknesses are. Right now, definitely, I think fire is one of my weaknesses, even though I have a defense against it. But it is pretty good. It took me a couple seconds to look and think, like, what is weak here? So that I think we're doing okay right now. That is one thing I'm generally fairly good at, is making sure that my type matchups are covered. I love Mega Aggron. I love Aggron, period. But I love Mega Aggron. He just turns into like a thick lizard. He is a defensive boy, though. He is a defensive boy. Trick Room. Now I forget what Trick Room actually does. So hopefully hopefully that doesn't mess up my plans at all. Body press? Oh shit. He killed him. He killed my shiny toad. Well, you know what, sir? I also have a Farigiraf. And my Farigiraf knows how to use Thunder, which in the rain never misses. So my giraffe is gonna strike down your giraffe with the power of God. I don't know how else to say it. We're just gonna say fuck it. And it missed. Yeah. Oh, I'm a dummy. I forgot that Rhyperior has Lightning Rod. So, I mean, his special attack went through the roof, so that's cool. Another earthquake, why not? Just sweep it. I know I killed my own Pokemon. That is okay. Both the giraffes down. Because Azumarill is part fairy type. So Steel is super effective against Fairy. Although it kind of resists it because of the water. We're gonna have to just use Metal Burst, I think, and then we will Thunder Punch the crap out of it. Oh, see, okay, this is the one thing that has also bothered me about the Pokemon Champions is certain moves that are supposed to, by nature, go last are not going last. Like, Metal Burst is supposed to have such a low priority that it never goes before anything else. But that's not what's been happening. And so you use Metal Burst and then it just goes like first and nothing happens. So I don't know. That's definitely interesting. I don't want to use it again because I don't want to waste my time. But do that to Bastiodon. Yeah, I think it also, there might be certain things that have changed because of Pokemon Champions, because it's more geared towards like quick fighting. They might have changed certain like rules, I guess you could say. But I don't see why moves that are supposed to have like a negative priority would start having a regular priority. I don't know. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. We're gonna do our best regardless. As always. The only time I actually genuinely like forfeit a battle is if it's extremely clear to me that I am not gonna win. Like if it's I have a team full of grass types and they have all Charizards, then like yeah, I'm probably not gonna pull this off, and I will in fact forfeit the battle. But I always like to give it a try, aside from obvious situations. And that's the fun thing too. Tatora in the background, every time you win and you come back to your gym, because that's like the storyline of this game, is you inherited a gym, and so now you're a gym leader and you're battling people. So sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, and Tatora is always just like, nice job, or I'm so sorry you lost. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy some clothes. I'm gonna buy some clothes real quick. Okay. I do have enough for a new shirt, but given my current outfit, that doesn't really help me. Could do like a new outer thing. No, we can't. No, we cannot. It's so expensive. I guess we'll just get a like a simple but new top. I kind of like that. But that's 2,200. Of course, the one. Come on. That fits. That fits. We're gonna do that. Yes, we're gonna buy that. And then we're going to take off the hat. For some reason, in games, I always like to keep with the seasons, if that makes sense. Like the IRL seasons. So it's getting a little, it's finally in New England starting to get a little too warm for an actual hat. So. Woo! Yeah, it's fun to, that's why I like Animal Crossing, which, not gonna lie, we might do another casual battle, and then we might switch to a different game just a little bit. Love the hair. Thank you. That's what my hair is like when it grows out, and I am in the process of growing my hair out. I buzz cut it a couple months ago, and it just takes forever. But then once it reaches a certain point, it just takes off, and I cannot freaking wait until it comes back. It's the worst when you cut off your hair and you immediately regret it. You know what? No, we're gonna do casual battle. We're gonna do one double casual battle. But, trying to think of the games I have available. What we could always do is after this, we can... What was the name? Orange Beaker. Alright. We can always just look at the games that I have and pick something based off that. So, that's always an option. Orange Beaker. Every time I hear Beaker, I just think of the Muppets, where it's Beaker. Oh my god, and Beaker is orange. No? I think he is orange, so that would make sense. I think that's probably what this person's... Person? If you can't tell, I used to have a speech impediment. I went to vocal training for it as a kid. I used to do the sha. I couldn't say ethith, and I used to sha, and I also would say aw, like a person from heavy Jersey. I don't know. It was a weird time. Oh my gosh. Meganium went to Hawaii. She got multiple flower. I can't remember the actual name. Oh my gosh. See, that's crazy. The fact that even in heavy rain, Meganium can use Solar Beam in one turn. That's nutso. Or Mega Meganium, I should say, because Mega Meganium is the only one that has a lay. Yes, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is, thank you. We're meeting some stiff competition today. That much is sure. I also bought myself a 2-liter of soda for the first time in a long time today. Woo! I love it. Like, it's weird because my grandmother is the exact same way. My, like, 87-year-old grandmother loves soda. Loves soda. She will beg you to drive her just to, like, the McDonald's to grab a soda. And I do. I'll drive her to McDonald's to grab a soda. Because I also love soda. I don't know what it is. I know it's so bad for you, but goddamn is it good. Machamp... Machamp is something to behold for people who are not used to it. Or people who have not become accustomed to it by being forced to see it. I think it's one of those things I've just gotten so used to that I don't realize that it's literally just a jacked man with no nose and 4 arms. You know? That meme where it's like, son, we need to have a talk about the Pokemon you're catching. And it's literally just all the ones that are jacked men. Or jacked furries. And yeah, he's not without his benefits, that's for sure. But he is unsightly. He is unsightly to behold, yeah. Especially because he's got a straight up, like, power lifter, or what the hell would you call it even? Like, he's got the belt and then, like, the diaper. The underwear? I don't know what to call it. Whatever the hell that is. Okay. So I think we're gonna do the legs and the fists. Yeah. He's a no for me, dog. I mean, here's the thing. I do like using Machamp occasionally just because of the attack power, but even then, I feel like that's the only good thing about him. You know what I mean? Like, his massive attack is his appeal, and anything beyond that doesn't really work for me. But we do have... Legend of Zelda would not be fun to stream, to be honest. It's just too big. we might have to switch over to the Xbox, which won't take long because contrary to the Nintendo Switch, which starts up in an instant, but if you look at it wrong, it loses connection. The Xbox One takes a year and a day to start up, but once it's up, I swear to you, this thing could withstand a bombshell, and it would still be playing Minecraft. So, one moment. Okay. Xbox is linked up. Where the heck is my controller? I don't know. Sorry, y'all. Me having my shit together? Never. Never. Hello. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself together. I don't know where my Xbox controller is. Oh, okay, we're good. That is the problem with having a corded controller, is you can unplug it by accident and then you're SOL. But yes, hello, welcome in. I hope you're enjoying dinner. It's so good to see people chatting together. Whew. Okay. So we're gonna do something similar to what we did last time, where we just look at what we've got for games and we'll shout out what we want to play. So, while I change the title of the stream real quick, if y'all see anything that you particularly like, definitely shout it out. Stardew Valley. You know what is fun? Whatever your heart desires. Stardew Valley looks cool. You know what is fun about Stardew Valley is this would be the like older version of it, not older version. Um back in the day, I did start playing on here. I don't really know how far I got, but hmm. Let's we'll check in real quick. We'll pop in to my farm and we'll see how it's going. We might not stay for long just because Stardew Valley to me feels at least like something where you gotta complete like a whole day to make it worth it, you know? But sometimes hats are too big for my head. You absolutely should play it. If you've been wanting to play it, I am telling you right now, it is so worth it. I've been making videos for a while, actually. I think since early on when I started YouTube, I've been making videos about Stardew Valley. And it is so fun. It's on PC and console. Right now, because I'm using my capture card, we're on like the console version, but normally I play on PC. And it's just chef's kiss, dude. Chef's kiss of a game. Right now, I am trying to romance Elliot, and that's pretty much my goal. I planted a couple pomegranate farms, or pomegranate trees. Apparently, I have two people who look exactly the same. One is doing better than the other, so we're gonna check on that. Also, I'm so sorry, y'all. Spring allergies are coming out and I have to blow my nose. I'm gonna mute myself. Nothing worse than a sniffling streamer. Alright, so it looks like I was going for an Arabian Nights type of theme. Apparently. I really like this bookshelf, but I don't know where I would have gotten it. Honestly. Oh my god, I know what this is. Oh my god. Okay, so me and my very, very good friend Austin had this together. We were playing this probably like a year ago. Oh my gosh, a year ago or 2 years ago, we were playing this. Because this was his spot. I think that's what it was. I can't imagine the other reason why there would be two things. Either way, it is really weird playing on the console because the controls are so different. So very different. But yeah, it is very fall. Got corn out. They do a really good job about making the seasons seem like the seasons. I'm assuming that's Sophie. Yeah. Beyonce and Iguina? Okay. I know for a fact back in the day when I had chickens in real life, I named one of them Beyonce. Yep, that'll be Iguina. And this one will be Beyonce. Okay, well, I'm glad to see that they are doing good. Okay. We'll go quickly check on town. I really don't think there's much to see here, to be honest. I am kind of interested in playing this now, though. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I might, like, later tonight, Oh, hey, Marnie, are you taking a break from being at your business where you apparently sell things? Because it seems like you're always taking a break. Anyways, my hatred for Marnie aside, this game, I really don't like Haley. She drives me nuts. And lots of people have said, you just need to give her time. You need to get to know her. And I'm like, I don't think so, dude. She strikes me as that stereotypical popular girl who is like, she strikes me as Regina George. She strikes me as Regina George. I don't know what else to say. That's just the vibe I get from her is, oh, where'd you get that skirt? I totally love it. And then you leave and she's like, that's the ugliest skirt I've ever seen. Okay. Just because you are the stereotypical blonde pretty girl doesn't mean you get to just be rude to everybody. Her roommate is worse at being mean. Is that... Okay, so is that is that girl that gets mad if you beat her at the egg hunt? Is that Emily? Because there's one person who I actually really liked at first, and then when you beat her at the egg hunt, she turns into an asshole. Yeah, it's the girl with the blue hair. It is the Tumblr girl. No offense. We love you, Tumblr girls, but it is her. See, here's the thing. Okay, so first of all, I feel like I can enjoy myself, but this probably find myself trying to find stuff to do. That was one of the problems I encountered when I was still trying to put out YouTube videos like fairly regularly. In the winter time when I wasn't doing any landscaping, I was trying to put out YouTube videos like every day. And one of those YouTube videos was Stardew Valley. And so I had to like find out something to do in Stardew Valley like every single few days. And it really got to a point where I was just kind of like, what do I do? So I've noticed from watching other content creators on YouTube that the best way to go about creating content with Stardew Valley is to play for like a couple weeks in game, or like a couple, like, you know, at least like 7 days in game, and then boil that all down to the most important moments and then just create something like that. So it's definitely a game that is best played, I think, in stretches, because then you really feel the progress and you have something to do every day and you can kind of like really get into it. But aside from that, it definitely can get to a point where you feel like you're searching for things to do. Yeah, bulk play, exactly. You have to bulk play. Later in the game there's a lot to do, but early game can feel a bit slower. Yeah, I've heard that too, because I've never gotten farther than the first year. Like, I've gotten to spring of year 2, and that's it. So I know a lot of stuff heats up around year 3. And so it really is just a patience game. Same way with Animal Crossing. Absolutely. Animal Crossing, I had such a hard time because, admittedly, I was a Animal Crossing hater back in the day in high school. I remember people would play Animal Crossing or talk to me about Animal Crossing, and I would be like, so you're just hanging out with a bunch of fucking animals? Like, what's the point? But then during COVID, I got my hand, like, during COVID, the clouds parted, and Animal Crossing New Horizons floated down, and I got my grubby little hands on it, and I spent so much time playing it that I fell in love, and I actually genuinely went to people that I used to make fun of for playing Animal Crossing, not in a mean way, but I would like jokingly roast them about playing Animal Crossing, And I went back to those people and was like, I'm so sorry. I did not know. I did not understand what I was missing. You know what I mean? So, 10 out of 10 game. Loved. Loved. Yeah, I think 2020 was the year of conversion for Animal Crossing. A lot of people, came about. And you know what? We're going to look at my Animal Crossing island. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Yeah, you're right. You're right. My mic was off. Thank you. I was just saying, I hope to God it's still on there because they came out with that thing where you can switch games between your different switches. So I have my regular Nintendo Switch, and then I have a Nintendo Switch OLED, and I would switch between the two of them. And the problem is, right now, my OLED Switch is missing. I have no idea where it is. And so, if this game was on that OLED Switch, I would be SOL. Like, extremely SOL. And it looks like for now, we're just gonna have to get rid of Breath of the Wild. Luckily, it's like another 8 days or so before I have to have a Breath of the Wild video out. So I should be able to just re-download it when the time comes. Okay, and if that's going to take 25 minutes, we'll switch back over to Xbox while that's happening. And then once it's done, we'll come back. So sorry for all the switching back and forth. One moment. Again, so sorry, mic was off again. Here's two options. We can either do a couple rounds of Call of Duty Zombies, or we can do some ESO while we wait for the Animal Crossing to download. So I will leave it up to y'all. And also pluck my Switch out of the thing so I can watch it while it downloads. ESO house tour. Oh! How about yeah? How about hell yeah? Never in my 9 lives did I ever imagine that I would be asked to show my houses, but here we are, and I've been waiting. I know I did a video on it one time that night at 11:30. Went back to bed, woke up around 1:30, and then woke up again at 2:30 and was just like, I'm going to make a video. I don't know why, but I'm going to make a video. That'll help me go to sleep. So I got up around 2:30 and recorded house tours in ESO and posted it. So that's the other fun thing about me starting YouTube, is it's kind of opened up a whole new creative outlet for me. So when I'm having like a bad day or I'm particularly stressed, I can do something here. Like I can make a video on something and it kind of provides a creative outlet. So, woo! And Elder Scrolls Online has come so far in the last, God, what, 12 years now? I remember 2014. I was in college when this came out. Oh, God. And I remember back then joining in and being afraid because I was afraid of MMOs. I was afraid of other people. And now we're here. Now I'm live streaming. So, North American Xbox Mega Server will be taken on for maintenance at 3 a.m. At least they're doing it at a reasonable time now. Am I right? Because before 5 p.m., they'd be like, oh, what time do you get off work? That's when maintenance is. So thank God they're doing it at a reasonable hour. And I also, sorry to respond to your comments so late, but I also love the housing in this game. That is like half the allure, I think, for me, was not only the character creation, but the housing. Unfortunately, I don't think I have my actual OG character from 2014, but this is the oldest one. This is the oldest one in the sense that it does not look anything like me currently. But we're gonna roll with it. Doesn't really matter because I don't expect us to go into any dungeons right now. I don't know, the Elder Scrolls is just such a soft spot for me, I think, because I just love the lore. In Skyrim, especially during high school and college, I really, really dove in to the lore and kind of unhealthily, a little bit, vicariously lived in the Elder Scrolls universe. Because I talked about this last night, but the world is just so stressful sometimes that it's like, admittedly unhealthy, but easier. Why is there a book in my face? But easier to live in. Hold on. Hold on. What the hell is this? Season 0. Are there seasons now? Are we doing seasons now in ESO? Oh, God. Because seasons are usually not a good. No offense to any game devs that are into that, but I have found that every time a game delves into doing seasons of released content, that it kind of peters off for me. We'll give it a shot. New updates to the Dragon Knight and two-handed skill lines. Respec your build directly from your menus for free. Hide outfit pieces and customize with account-wide outfit slots. Stable masters throughout Tamriel have a variety of mounts for gold. Okay, so this is also what happens every once in a while. Like, I'll go a couple years or months without playing ESO, and then I pop back in, and I feel like a boomer who is like, I had to walk uphill both ways for all this yada yada yada, and now y'all get all this free stuff because I'm coming in here and I'm like, you get to respec for free? You get to just hide outfit slots? You get random, do you just have mounts available for gold? Okay. But that, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. let's go to a house. Alright, I know we looked at... We'll go by my favorites. My favorite is 110% my Stormhold house, the Ample Domicile. Because I am fully and thoroughly obsessed with the Argonians. I just... In real life, and in the Elder Scrolls, I always am sort of instinctively drawn to the cultures that are like oppressed, because I'm like, we need to learn about them. We need to learn about them before they are so oppressed that they go extinct. You know what I mean? So while the Argonians are technically thriving in this universe to an extent, like they have their own spot and they are doing okay, I feel like were the Elder Scrolls real, I would absolutely be like an Imperial who's like, send me to Black Marsh. I want to study. I want to learn. I want to learn from the people. But yeah, we got the sitting area. Fire logs are not really looking too good. That is not a healthy fire. But I do kind of forget that in theory I could have other people in here. You know what I mean? If I had friends on ESO, I could have them over to my ESO house. But there are certain things I really particularly like. Like, I like the fact that I was able to buy a history in the store. Because while paying money to advance in a game, I spent a really ungodly amount of money on ESO back in the day. And I'm not necessarily ashamed to admit that, but it doesn't, at the same time, it doesn't feel good. You know? I feel like that lady in that meme who's like, I have never told anyone this, but during a depressive episode, I spent $200 on Candy Crush. You know? I feel like her. But it's just me and ESO. So, I don't really like to revisit the amount of money that I have spent putting these houses together, but goddamn is it good to look at them, you know? I imagine that's how people feel in real life too, like rich people, when they spend a lot of money on like a fountain for their mansion, they're like, I don't want to think about how much that costed, but man, it's good to look at. But yeah, we have the ancient Argonian calendar, which is very interesting. It sort of goes by the moons, but also sort of goes by their own like names for months. Like there's one that's called tree, there's one that's called nest, one that's called egg, one that's called lizard, and so on and so forth. The Argonians just have a very fascinating culture when you get right down to it. And the fact that they have persevered through two types of oppression at the same time, like they were occupied by the Barsabic elves that lived in the heartland of Cyrodiil. When they got pushed out, they came down to Black Marsh, and they enslaved the Argonians and took over. And then, once the aliens left, then the Chimer came over and enslaved them. And then up until literally Skyrim, they were enslaved by the Chimer. So, or the Chimer turned Dunmer. But truly a resilient folk. I don't know. It sucks. And then I play Morrowind, and they don't let me wear shoes because I'm an Argonian? Racist. Alright, let's go to a different house, and then maybe let's actually try doing a dungeon. I haven't actually done combat in this game in quite some time. I need to clear my throat. I'm starting to sound like RFK. Excuse me. I started exploring Craglorn, as you can see, but it's so difficult. It's supposed to be sort of like a post-game thing to a certain extent, but maybe we'll... Oh, damn. Maybe we'll find... Gonna... Hold on. Hold on. Mercenaries over here, and thinks too much? More like thinks not enough. Sir, there are enemies right there. The worm cult is right there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, okay, I remember what happened. In this playthrough, I started wanting to act like a healer and also like a mage specifically. So I'm using all the like Mages Guild skills, and I think also the Psijic Order is where I got that time freeze one. Yeah, that's definitely the Psijic Order. Ooh, and that's Panacea. Or Panacea, I don't know how you say it. I've never known how to say it. Maybe we should visit a dungeon and try to be like a successful healer for once. Do I have another? I like you. Oh, and this one seems like more of an attack. I think the way I survived in this playthrough was by making actually take damage. You know what I mean? So he can just kind of sit here and sustain. Even if it takes a long time to defeat enemies, he just doesn't really... So that's cool. What the hell? Alright, I've had enough of this. I cannot believe that all of this evil was sitting right here and they did not care. They didn't give a damn. When I was healing, I always had someone play with me, the hub, so he could be tanky. You know what? That definitely tracks. You seem like the, not just healer, but healer, mage, and tank paladin type of duo. And we love that. A Soul Reaper? What the fuck is that? Because I was ultra squishy, lol. You know, this might have also been something that we've talked about before, but in real life, having another brain, another human being, to have your back makes all the difference sometimes. Just the way that two people can complement each other with their differences or with their similarities is so useful. So. And all the... Oh shit, I just attacked a guard. Why are you hanging out by the crocodiles? Why are you hanging out by the crocodiles? What if I heal you? It won't work because you're an enemy now. Oh no. Oh god. I can't believe that happened. Yeah, just kill me. I deserve it apparently. So now I'm a fugitive in Shadowfen. That's unfortunate. But yeah, there's something really special about the bond between two individuals, especially if it's a like husband and wife or husband wife, etc. You know, powerful bonds. Let me go surrender to a guard. I'm sorry, he looked like an alligator. Okay, and is that possibly in the Elder Scrolls universe racist because he's an Argonian? Yes. but it's not my fault because I'm just digging myself a hole. Let me just go find a card. Thank you. Arrest me. Jesus. Here's clear my bounty. I don't have enough money. I'm poor. And I don't have clemency. Jesus wept. Okay, we're just gonna have to run. I'm so... Jesus Christ. This has gone so far south so fast. And I can't mount in combat. This is not Elden Ring. God. God. I just can't help but laugh a little bit because what the fuck? This is exactly what happened in Daggerfall when I first started playing Daggerfall back in December for my YouTube channel, and I didn't understand the laws about like vagrancy or loitering, and so I would try to camp in a city like to sleep, and they would automatically like arrest me, and then I would get arrested again because I didn't understand. It was just so... Whew. You can pay a bounty. I'm just too poor. That's what I was gonna try to do. I was gonna try to go up to the guard and just pay my bounty, and I didn't know that I had literally $0. We're just, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and log out. And not log out, and we're gonna log in as a different character that doesn't have a bounty. And we'll explore with them, because clearly Garrett is a freaking fugitive of the law right now. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. There's always something about the Elder Scrolls that there's always a certain element of it devolving into chaos as possible. You know, regardless of whatever game you're playing, if you have plans, be prepared for them to go not only off the rails, but onto different rails that are completely not what you're prepared for. We'll do Verena, okay? Fun fact about Verena. I'm a sucker for creating characters. You're gonna have to forgive the nerdy outburst here, but I'm a sucker for creating characters. And in Skyrim, the whole backstory is that you're in the province of Skyrim, and the Thalmor, which is a radical group of the High Elves, is taking over, frankly, the entire empire. And I wanted to create a character that was a High Elf that was like a rebel. So I made a beautiful High Elf who is a werewolf, and that's who I played through Skyrim with. I played through Skyrim with that. So I tried to recreate her with this. Also, free non-combat pet. That stuck out to me. Where is the free non-combat pet? Where is it? Show me the free non-combat. Or is it one of those things where they are like, oh, here's a free non-combat pet if you do all this.
Undaunted. We are undaunted.
Undaunted? More like cults. Goodbye. Jesus wept. That was crazy. We are undaunted. I can tell. Oh, I must be still in the part of the storyline where Davin's watch is technically under attack. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna go. Me and my homies are gonna bounce because this is looking a little fiery. Oh, you know what? I think we have a house in Northern Elsewhere. I'm trying to think. I know. Oh, wait, no. We have one in Daggerfall. The one in Daggerfall is really cute, too. It's one of those places where I would actually live in real life. 110%. I'm so sorry, this is so immature, but I was reading this description, and it said, the wild areas of Hag Fen, and the first thing my brain thought was like, that's where your mom lives. Hag Fen. But that's rude, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes I feel like I'm possessed by, like, the demon of a 13-year-old boy who's super immature and just says dumb stuff. Like the other day when I was playing Elden Ring, and there was a boss who had 2 pointy shields right here. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, you're begging me to make an immature joke. You are literally putting it on a silver platter for me. How am I supposed to not make an immature joke? What with maturity? Because I'm almost 31 years old? No. No. Sorry.
Master Merrick, where are you?
Where's my house? I think it's... Okay, it's right there. Captain Margot's place. Captain Margot. She sailed... Apparently, I think the story behind this house is...
So much work.
She sailed west across the Abasian Sea and never came back. And they just sold her house. They were just like, thanks, it's free real estate. It's free real estate. That's the other thing. My brain is so full of memes, unfortunately, just because of the amount of memes that I have watched. My brain is so full of memes that I can't even say something like, and they sold her house, without the image of that man popping into my head, being like, it's free real estate. The blessing and curse of living in the information age. Yeah, really, truly, it is just all of us. And you know what? Some might say, I've heard this said before, that like in the future they're gonna look back on the way that we communicated with people communicated with hieroglyphs in a way, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but bear with me, in a way that like you're not communicating with written words anymore. You're communicating with images and like meanings. So it's weird that we, in a sense, came from hieroglyphs, and then we're sort of returning to hieroglyphs in the sense that we're using less words and more images and thoughts and ideas to communicate with each other. So it's so weird. It's so cool. I also so sorry for anyone who came here just for gaming, and every single time I stream, I start talking about some random shit halfway through. So sorry. That's just a part of this brain. So, unfortunately, it's unavoidable. Anywho. Back to the house tour. We have a statue of Dibella. Always a fan of Dibella. She's the Nordic goddess of, like, love, beauty, art, sex, amongst other things. And in Daggerfall, my character is a knight of Dibella, canonically. We also have Meridia, who is a Daedra, but a Daedra that I kind of fancy, because she's the Daedra of life, light, and energy. So that's cool. Awesome. We have my cat. I think it's named Sophocles, honestly. Because that is what my cat's really named. I don't know. I'm going to try to zoom on her in a way, if I can. I don't know if it's going to show. Oh, God. I can only really see... Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Curled up like a ball. Okay. Enough distraction. I was saying this earlier. I can't wait until we reach a point where I have a set setup. You know what I mean? So I don't have to worry about moving my stuff back and forth. All that. We're like 1 minute away from Animal Crossing being done, so I'm sort of just killing time by making sure that everything is centered. Woo. While we're at it, I might take like a 1 minute break. I'm gonna grab some water. This is also a water check for anyone. Oh, the beep just happened. This is a water check for anyone who's watching. Go drink some water. It's always important. If you already have water, then I guess just make sure you are comfortable, because we're about to dive into Animal Crossing when I get back. Okay. Let me just plug in my Switch and we will be good to go. I can smell the Monster Energy drink. I don't know what it is, but I can these things specifically, like the the full sugar ones, I can smell from like 3 miles away. So every time there's an open one, I'm just like, where is it? Hello? It's that's called addiction, really, I think is what that is, but whatever. Not gonna talk about that. Okay. I would like to say in advance, it's been years since I have been on this. I also have to re-figure out. I'm so back and forth with this camera tonight. How much is one of those fancy cameras that follows you so you don't have to worry about where you're positioned? My goodness. Probably too expensive for me to justify buying. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Cause this camera that I have has auto focus, auto exposure, and then auto white balance, I think. But all of those things also make my OBS actually break down into pieces. So I was really excited when I first got the autofocus part because I was like, wow, that sounds great. But then I tried using it during a video, and the actual playback video that you get is just a jumbled mess. So I have an eMeet. I think it's called eMeet camera. It's really not 100% the best, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was one of the cheaper ones I could get that was still like 4K capable. So it is, I think, more geared towards like zoom and that type of thing. So like it's good enough for communicating, but it's not really like top notch. I think also a lot of it has to do with my yeah, see, it's like it's not a bad camera. I think a lot of it has to do with my laptop as well. My laptop is trying to do so much at once, and God bless it, it has been doing so well. I remember months ago I made a short about how it was struggling, and you commented on it like it's doing its best, and it still is. It's still a trooper. But I think ultimately that's what a lot of my problems boil down to is my laptop trying to do so many different things at once that it wasn't necessarily built to keep up with. But anywho, we're very proud of it. I mean, hey, it has gotten me from 2 subscribers to 57. So good for this laptop. You know, good for this laptop. Rossetti? Who's Rossetti? Who the hell is Rossetti? I have never heard of this man before. I'm assuming it's a man. Well, I'm assuming it's an animal, actually. Okay. Okay. Lots of feelings. Let's change outfits. Let's see what we got going on. I have been in here this year, apparently, so that's good. Welsh. This is probably when I started learning Welsh. Oh my god. Thank you. Yeah, he's a cutie pie. I bet you there's so many roaches in his house right now. LaBelle. Oh! RuPaul's Drag Race has no chance. Rain. Alright, yeah, that tracks. That's literally my exact real life outfit in the rain. For real. Our crown. Alright, alright, alright. Res rep. Oh, I like that. That's very hippie. He knows a lot about music, but he also, like, could use a little Dio. Cloudy Chic. Cloudy Chic. We're gonna go with Cloudy Chic. Alright, so I'm gonna do my best to remember this offhand. This is the Moonlight Cafe. This is a spot where I designed like a Moonlight Cafe. That's pretty much it. Yeah, Moonlight Cafe. There it is. Over here, I guess slightly vulnerable moment. There was a time way back in the day, back when this game first came out, I was dating this guy, Corey, and I thought, literally, I was like, we're gonna get married. That's like, we're gonna get married. Didn't work out. For a few days, I came here to this point in Animal Crossing and played Steep Hill and listened to Steep Hill and just sat here like, oh wait, hold on. How do you do emotes? I don't know. But I used to just sit here and listen to Steep Hill. Like that was gonna solve my problems. Don't know. But this is the Emotions Beach. That's what we'll call it. This is the rocky beach of emotions. What a time. Yeah, it's weird to look back on your life and be like, that's how I decided to deal with the emotions of the time? Okay. Interesting. Interesting thoughts. Let's go through town first, I guess. We'll visit my house last because I'm sure it's a gosh darn mess. I think, keep this area open because I like using it to build the snowmen. I think that's what it was. I needed to, at building the snowmen. And, the cat things, I wish I could list all the different people who made these custom, floor panels. Because the floor panels are literally probably 75% of what makes my island. But just know, these floor panels were not me. They were someone else. But yeah, we have the pink cat, we have a bigger gray cat, which shows up in some places. We love him. I remember I originally got the stone bridges and then had to replace them all with the red Zen bridges, which were like $220,000 or something. It's hard to really visualize the amount of time I spent inside playing this game. She wants to leave. Probably because I haven't been here in months. Living on this, excuse me. Living on this island ain't bad, but I've been thinking I might just pull up stakes here and move. Got lots of friends, but I wonder what's out there for me on other islands. Doesn't the idea of a brand new place set your heart to racing? You know what? Yeah, you know what? It does. I want you to pursue your truth, Fang, because... Wow, that's actually kind of sad. I sometimes used to get, really sentimental about losing villagers, but the more that I age, the more I view things differently. The idea of loss in general, I have started to view differently, because loss to who? If it's death, it's loss to the living. But not really to the person who's dying, because they're free from suffering now. If Fang wants to, move, that's a loss to me, but to him, it's a whole new experience. So, I don't know, I've just kind of come to look at things differently. This is the graveyard. Moving swiftly from that sentimental note to a weirder note, I made a graveyard. Because why not, right? Put black flowers in it and everything. I had to have a graveyard. And originally it was for the different villagers that left, because I was like, you're dead to me. Get out. But now it's more just a graveyard. Who lives here? Oh my god. I think Melba is the one who actually lives here. Where have you been? I was running out of ways to fill my days, waiting to see you again. Okay, that's a little obsessive. Can you tell me how long I've been gone? Is anyone going to tell me how long it's been? I mean, clearly it's within 2026. Because I had that outfit that was 2026. But Rooney? Who is Rooney? Oh, Rooney is a... For some reason I wanted to say helicopter. Kangaroo? That's not a helicopter. Anywho, this is a private beach, or a public beach, that I made for the villagers. This is, in theory, where they could go to hang out, you know, catch some rays, have a little juice bar, a urinal, because I didn't know where else to put it. Didn't know where else to put the public urinal. Thank you so much. I can't tell you, probably like COVID era me is probably jumping for joy that this is being live streamed right now because he put so much work into it. But I think down here was originally my crop area, but I decided for some reason to turn it into like a swamp. And I really don't know how successful that was. But oh, apparently I also added someone on this island. Anywho, this was supposed to be crops. Up here is where I believe our guest campsite is. So if we ever have a guest villager, they are right there. There's the ghost dude. Hello. Oh my god, there's a present. Do I have a slingshot on me? No, of course I don't. Oh well, this is more Tor. That doesn't matter. I think my pride and joy is probably the desert that I made, because I spent quite a while sand and trying to add things to it to make it look like an organic desert part of the island. So that was really fun, I will say. Just a little thank you. Yeah, this is really fun. It was not always fun making it. I vividly remember rage quitting at least a couple times just because of not being able to place things correctly. Holy crap, that used to almost send me over the edge so easily. We have a little marketplace right over here next to Timmy and Tommy's. Got a little sushi spot. Got a little snack shack. Oh, that's the snack shack. That's literally where Talia and I were today. We went for a walk and we went to the snack shack. I met her and her boyfriend Chad, and we went to the snack shack. So that's what that's based off of. What else? Flower shop. Just cats. Market. The seasonal shop. I remember I was going to put seasonal items here. Very interesting. Oh my god. Okay, this is the chorus of the gyroids. They were one of my favorite things when I first got into this game and I learned about gyroids. These little freaky dudes that just listened to what was happening and then made sound. How cool is that? So we have as many as I could possibly get with a Mario star at the top. It's a vibe. I think beyond that is just the village again. Yeah. Okay. Below it, we'll look at the museum before we look at the forest, because the, I guess as they say, the piece de resistance is the forest. That's what I probably spent the most hours on. These are all fake artworks, which I decided to put out front just so it looked like classier. I don't know what to say. Classier. Oh my god, and then the Lily of the Valley. I forgot that that's... You get one Lily of the Valley for each week that your island was at 5 stars, I think, or something like that. I'm not 100% sure how that used to work. But I love it. I love how it came out. Blathers! Hey, man. I miss Blathers. He's such a good guy. And then doesn't he have a sister too? Like the pink one that walks around with the stars and shit. Welcome to Isla Verde. I don't have anything for you, man. We were just gonna look at the museum. The fish is really cool. See, this reminds me of going to Cabela's, you know? But with the fish and everything. But yeah, I think that is his sister. The pink owl. Oh, I don't know for sure. But I'm stuttering because I'm like so excited to talk about Cabela's. But genuinely, Cabela's is the shit. If anyone has not been to one, you gotta go. Totally worth the trip right now. If like I live in Connecticut and there's one near Hartford. I'm also, hold on, I'm just gonna turn off a couple auto things because I think it's messing up my stream just a little bit. So if I look a little ghostly, it's because I turned off the auto white balance. But I think that'll make things a little smoother. But anywho, there is a Cabela's not far from me, like maybe an hour. And I will go there and spend the day. I will go there and just walk around, look at clothes, look at the fish and the taxidermied animals. Used to live like 10 minutes from one. That's awesome. Oh, see, if I lived 10 minutes from a Cabela's, I feel like I would literally have no money whatsoever. I'm very lucky in the sense that I live in a relatively small town, and so there's not like any malls or cool stores nearby for me to waste my money at. Thank God. The closest like Walmart is a 30-minute drive. So I'm blessed in the sense that I don't have means of wasting my money at my doorstep because otherwise I would have none. Small town living is such a blessing and a curse. It's something that you have to learn to ride, like ride the waves of, you know? Because there's so many benefits. There's so many benefits to small town living. But then every once in a while, the downsides start to pile up, and you're like, ugh, am I missing out? But I don't know. It's like, what's it called? Chappell Roan. She has that song. Oh, thank you, by the way. I did a lot of fishing in this game for my tanks to fill out. But it's like Chappell Roan, that song, Pink Pony. I mean, it's specifically more about queer stuff, but it's like, I want to live in this city where the people are, and I want to experience life. But at the same time, I feel like my soul and my life is here in the countryside. So it's definitely a very relatable split feeling of wanting to experience like the city and the other things, but feeling at peace and at home in the countryside. Let's go see the fossils. Oh my god, there's bugs. I forgot there's bugs. Lived and worked in large cities before. Honestly, it was okay, but now that I'm in the country, I'm so happy. In Phoenix, in college, and I don't know. I feel like there's obviously like there's benefits to both, but it depends on who you are and what you like. But I've always found that like big cities are exciting, but it's almost not like a sustainable type of exciting for me because it's almost too overstimulating in a way. where I wish I could have like my house here in the countryside and then like a timeshare in the city so that when I felt like going to the city, I could go to the city, but I could also just leave and come back. Also grew up in a tiny town. Yeah. I was like, it was a weird mix because when I was born in Philadelphia, and then until I was like 5, we lived in Philadelphia. So I remember living in an apartment building in the deep city where there was like no grass in sight. And then I remember coming to the house that I live in now, that I'm blessed to have been able to get a chunk of from my dad, and turn into my own place. Now, when we moved there, I remember that was the first time I saw like a backyard, and that was crazy. And so I definitely like fell in love with the countryside as a small kid, and then explored the woods and the mountains and spent so much time just like on my own in the woods and in nature that I don't think I could be away from it for too long. You know what I mean? So, different strokes for different folks, but I could not be away from trees for long. Excuse me. Alright, we'll check out the artwork. But then, not gonna lie, I kind of want to play something a little more lively. Once we get done going through the artwork and then my forest on the outside of the island, I kind of want to play something a little more actiony. Because we have the option. Because it's an open agenda tonight. So. But these are the art pieces we have collected so far. It's a pain in the butt because you gotta differentiate. If you haven't played before, I know the people in the chat currently I think have played before, but if you haven't played before and you're watching this back, the art pieces are difficult to collect because you have an art seller who shows up and might be offering you genuine artwork, but also might be offering you fakes. So you have tails to figure out if it is genuine artwork or not. So you only can donate genuine artwork to the museum. And it's a little bit of a pain at times, but I think we've made decent progress. I like that you can sit. I like that you can just sit and like... Now, what does this piece mean to you? Interesting. Also, just the detail of your footsteps echoing because it's a museum and it's empty. Little details like that. Or even the difference of the sound of you walking on marble versus wood. Love. Thank you. Yeah, it's... I don't... I almost feel like when we're on our way out of this game, we should look at how many hours I've played, because that might be interesting to see. But let's wander on over to the forest. So in theory, you would start... Okay, nobody look. In theory, you would start up here by like the cafe. And then you would go down, or you would start at the beach and come up. But we'll do a nice slow walkthrough if I can get the right speed down with my thumb. Just the plotting and planning. Oh, and there's a UFO. I forgot that I had to craft much of this stuff. Thank you so much. Oh my god, there's a dinosaur. Where did I get a dinosaur? I don't know. But yeah, this forest part was I think my favorite part of the island altogether. Alright, and we're down to the beach. And then the beach stuff, not that I don't want to show off the beaches, but like the beaches are pretty much just beaches. You know what I mean? Oh my god, wait, there's a restaurant. This was supposed to be like an open air restaurant because of when they added food. So, I was thrilled when they added food. Oh, here's Rooney. Lolly. What the fuck? Carrie. Okay, Carrie, I remember I love. Carrie shares a birthday with me. Who is singing? Is Rooney just singing right now? Yeah, I think so. Carrie and I share a birthday, which is December 5th. And, I'm trying to see if he actually just started singing in the moment I started a conversation. No? What? What? 2 years and 1 month? Okay, apparently the outfit I made that said 2026 was not an accurate reflection of how long I've been. Okay. I'm so sorry. They really are exposing me. They're exposing the hell out of me. We might, like I said earlier, guys, we might switch to a different game. we might switch to something a little more lively. It's definitely not that I'm being exposed by my villagers left and right. It's great to see you again. Where have you been all this time? They really just try to make you feel like shit. You really come back after having to work a 9 to 5 and dealing with the diseases and troubles of the world, and they're literally like, so you think you can just waltz back in here? You think you can just like come in after you've disrespected us like this? Oh god. Now I feel bad. Now I feel like I have to start playing regularly again because I've been ignoring them. They really are the emotional manipulators of the game world. Oh, there's a magical thing. I think I wanted this to look like one of those fairy fountains from The Legend of Zelda. Nice. Let's take a look at the house. I'm sure there's roaches. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's roaches. You gotta try and find them and step on all of them. The roaches that show up, the game itself also bullied you if you didn't play long enough. As you can see, it's been since Christmas. Apparently 2 years ago, Christmas. But, this is the living and dining room. Y'all, I do not like how they just show up. I do not like how they just show up and stop in nowadays. You can go ahead and hang out, but I'm going to do my house tour. We're not hanging out, Coco, because you were uninvited. The hell? Anywho, this is the living room and dining room area. This is the kitchen over here. I like the kitchen. The kitchen, I think, is one of my favorite rooms in my house. It's fun. Yeah, we should turn that fire off. It's concerning that it's been running for 2 years. Good God. Always hated long goodbyes, so I better get going, homie. Goodbye, Coco. Oh shit, did I just say let's keep hanging out? Okay, well, that's why you read what you're saying, guys. Always read what you're about to click. This is the bathroom. I do really like the bathroom. Here. Peaceful spa nature. Very serene. I would kill for a bathroom like that in real life. This, oh man, this is actually going to be kind of a full circle, a little bit of a sweet full circle moment. This over here was a room that I made to be a content creation room because I have a little desk with some crafts on it and a TV up there. That's cute. I made this long before I ever started actually making videos. So that's nice. This is nice to see. There's even a little cat box. Just like in real life, my cat box is in my office because I don't want it to be in the main part of the house. What's left? Upstairs and downstairs. Upstairs is the bedroom. Not bad, not bad. I really dig the wallpaper. Again, that's something I would absolutely actually have in real life, probably. I like how it's mostly green. But again, definitely have not decorated since Christmas. Since it was the holiday time in, I guess, 2024. Yikes. Thank you. She's still just hanging out, just staring at the wall. And then this is the basement. Basically became a music room. Yeah. And then this, I think, takes you somewhere else on the island. Yeah, it was like a special promotion item where, like, if you... Okay, apparently I only have one set up. But I was gonna say, if you have two of them, then when you go into one, you pop out of the other one. But apparently I just have this other one is blocked by something. So. Though, yeah. It was a lot of money. I think it was like, because you pay for the house, and then you pay for one extra room, the second extra room, the third, the fourth, the fifth. And I think by the fifth one, like the basement or the attic, whatever one comes fifth, it is... Yeah, it's time for you to go. It is so much money to get the last couple rooms. I think it's in the millions, to be honest. I don't know how one of those people who did like the tournament would go to people's islands who had good prices. Okay, we dropped for a second there, but I think we came back. I will say, we are absolutely going to switch to a little more lively of a game. While I do love Animal Crossing, and I'm very happy that I got to share that with y'all, that will put me to sleep. 110%. All right. My cat has a lot to say right now, too. My goodness. Do you want to share it with the world? No? Okay. Now she's silent. She's got a lot to say until she gets right up to the camera, or the microphone, rather. And then she's like, I don't know. Okay. One more switch, BRB. Hadouken! As they say. Alright, I don't think we're going to do ESO. Unless anyone is dying to see ESO. But we could, I would say we could do Minecraft, but that takes legitimately like 20 minutes to load. I'm thinking it's gonna be Elden Ring because we have actually, I don't think we've streamed that in a while. We could also do some Dragon Age. Thing is, I'm not good at making decisions. I am very much that person that is like, I need help deciding. But I think Elden Ring. I was gonna say, I think Elden Ring just because it's a little more free form. When you play Dragon Age, you're sort of taking a chance on getting stuck in a weird storyline that you don't care about. No offense to all of my lovely computer companions in Dragon Age that have their own things going on, but every once in a while I'll start up and have to play through a storyline, and the whole time I'm like, Nev, why are we doing this? What is the point? I'm literally just running around killing enemies for what? And I know I've actually seen a couple people in their live streams talk about this as well, but that's the problem with certain games is like the quests become more or less just run here, grab this, kill this person, come back, and then get a little bit of a storyline, and then run here and grab this and come back, and then run here and grab this and come back, and then give it to this person. And it's all just like running back and forth. And while the story might be interesting in between, the running back and forth gets really old. I just feel like a messenger. So, Elden Ring solves that by having like a balance of adventure and free-form exploration, but also a certain amount of like direction on where you're supposed to go. So I think I need to put on a sweater. This cold in New England has been actually kind of making me upset. It's been lingering, like nobody's business. The last couple nights have been in like the 30s. For what reason, I don't know. It's almost May. But I think we're gonna have to go get a sweater. Let's boogie. Where did we leave off? I think we had defeated the people who were like those two, I don't know, what are they called? Nox people? I think we defeated those two Nox people with the bendy weapons. Yeah. Show. I think the next logical step, well, it would be smart to go up here and get the map. I think. Oh shit. These I'm actually not even gonna, we're not even gonna give him the time of day because I don't need to. Okay, I think this is where it becomes a pain in the butt because there's those giant sorry guys, another immature moment here, but I think those giant balls exist here at some point or another. The giant balls? Yeah, the giant balls. The sentient ones. Oh god. And they're everywhere. Someone come get your balls. They're too all over the place and it's making everyone uncomfortable. And then you got the bugs. Brother. Brother, I am not a fan. Cause they like do their little shooty thing at you where they like spew stuff out of their butt. I don't know. They're gross. They're gross and they make me uncomfortable. Church of the Plague. Fantastic. Oh, it's Millicent. That would have gone right through my heart. Yeah. 110%. It's Millicent, y'all. So this is the person who is suffering from the Scarlet Rot, just like Melania. And I think also, Grumpy, in your live stream the other day when you were fighting Melania, Blade of Mikola, and there was people saying, oh, like, such and such an NPC should be right here. This is who they were talking about, I think. Because if you follow her quest line all the way through, she shows up right before Melania's boss room. Because she's technically, I think, one of Melania's daughters. So, Yes. She shows up. But I think you get her armor. I just killed her on accident. Oh no. Oh no. Well, that's okay. Honestly, in the in the grand scheme of things, I don't think she would have made a difference either way. I don't think there are many characters in this game that would have made a difference either way, aside from the Tarnished. So, at the end of the day, when I don't complete people's quest lines in this game, I don't really feel bad because I'm just like, what were you really gonna accomplish? Alright, let's go get that map. And then we will have a little bit more room to breathe. Visually, I guess you could say. I think it's her as a summons. As the archer? I don't know. Oh, that's Latenna. That is Latenna. And she's the Albinoric with no legs, I think. And she's the one where I think there's something about, like, if you get one half of the medallion before the other one, then I don't know what happens there because I've never pursued it myself. But I do know that she is like an Albinoric lady. She's cool. The Albinorics are really cool and also really sad. Not missing anyone. You know, I mean, honestly, you're doing well enough in your playthrough by yourself without any NPC summons that it does not... It's inconsequential, honestly. I have never, genuinely, not trying to glaze or sound weird, but like, genuinely never seen a mage do as well as you have done in Elden Ring. And by that I mean someone who's not sitting there and like buffing themselves 1,000 times before a boss fight with 100 different items and then casting a spell and immediately obliterating them. I mean like people who actually play a mage in the way that it should be played. So, top tier. Top tier mage play. We are going to sell this. I'm so sorry for anyone who likes it. Because I don't need it. I do like the Great Helm. Quite a bit. It really does. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. I know it's like a streaming faux pas, but I had to burp. Oh my god. That's the only thing that I don't like about streaming is I feel so guarded about my, like, myself in general. I don't mind talking, and I really at this point enjoy when I have people to talk to, but like, it sucks being like, I just drank a bunch of soda and now I have to burp, but I have to like play it off somehow? That's crazy. Me talking about burps. And there's a fucking dragon. Let me just get my life together real quick. I'm so sorry. But yes, it takes a village. Long story short, burps, dragons, it takes a village. And I live by that. I don't think I'm ready to fight this guy whatsoever. Like, absolutely whatsoever. I am not ready to fight this guy. We'll give it a shot. By all means, we'll give it a good old college try. But, like, I do not believe I am going to be able to do this. And that's okay. I hit your toe! Oh, Jesus wept. He has so much health. His rotten ass breath on me, then we'll be good. His feet give off rotten? Oh my god. I didn't know his feet made little clouds. That's crazy. Oh, I should drink a flask, huh? Also, no point in sneaking, my dude. No fucking way. Sorry, I'm so sorry, y'all. I try not to curse usually, but there's no way that's gonna happen this time around. No, I missed it. Okay, so if we can get him down like that enough times, we might actually be able to do this. But yeah, apologies in advance. There will be. Oh, well, that's what I get for dropping an F-bomb. Apparently, he said no cursing. Get out. But I think genuinely, if we do well enough, if we can get him like down and hit him in the eye like I was supposed to, we'll see how much damage that does, and then if that's reasonable, we'll try for this. For sure. Yeah, I have never, that breath, I have never survived it. Even with my new game +4 Dragon Communion character that is like 70 arcane, I do not survive that breath. So I think it's definitely meant to be like a, you avoid it. You find a way to avoid it type of deal. I don't know if there was like a closer Site of Grace, and I just passed it up before because I was yapping. I also don't know what's in here. Oh, an ambush, of course. Fantastic. How dare you? Oh, you have friends. He has friends. We're gonna go. When you try to fight a guy outside the pub and he has a group, run. The Dragon Church Grace. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I can't use my map because of combat, yeah. Well, what is that? Oh, who are you? What the fuck is this? And you know what? I bet he has a Welsh name, just like the other dog hound. A confusing, long-ass Welsh name. Oh my word. He like knocked me over. God dang. Woo! Okay. Let's lock in real quick. I jumped over him. Okay. Come on. Oh, that was so close. My goodness. Yeah, I didn't know that these guys existed outside of the Everjails, to be honest. That's interesting. Hmm. It's also a little it's a little disappointing that I have to keep going back to the same site of grace, but that's okay. That was close. If we can I don't know how I avoided him getting to the dragon the first time, to be honest, but if we can get back to the dragon without getting to him, that'd be cool. I think the dragon was not far from the site of grace is the thing. I think I maybe just went the like wrong way last time. Who can say? Not necessarily against fighting him, but I do want to focus on the dragon. I think I went that way, and that's what happened. The first time I did not go through that. I think I just like skirted down the rock. Is there a grace by Gowrie Shack? I think so. There is, but you know what? There is also one in here. Like you said before. I completely forgot about that. There's one in the Church of the Dragon communion stuff. So we can go there. If we can get there. We'll have to run past the dragon, but that's fine. Because then we'll just be much closer. Yeah, because I can see it up there. Will we have to run past the dragon? Maybe I just missed this before. I don't know. Yoink. Sweet. We'll rest. Tough night outside the church. Yeah, I remember him. He is a pain in the butt. These are those, like, I think they're banished knights. According to the lore, they would have had committed some sort of crime, but like relatively minor because of the color of the hood that they're wearing. Because I think red was considered like a minor crime. Oh yeah, you would have that, wouldn't you? We're outside of the Dragon Communion Church. Bye. Where we go? Okay, where is the dragon? He's probably like, I remember he wasn't that far from the nomadic merchant, so somewhere up there. Oh! Right there. Right TF there. Perfecto. This will give us the perfect spawn spot to to fight him. We both missed. I've learned that in certain situations you cannot rely on the lock-on, like at all. You just gotta freestyle. Oh! How do you even escape? How do you even escape? Okay, you do that. That's how you escape. Already down to 2 Estus. Shame. Sophie, don't get on the table, please. Should have rolled. I was like, roll. Didn't do it. Gotta get better. If I'm gonna do the like heavy charge attacks, then I gotta get a little better with my timing. That was bad. 1 second in that cloud and I lost so much health. This might be... I was gonna say, this might be a brick wall that is just slightly too high a grade for me to slap my head against. We might find a different brick wall to slap my head against, because I don't remember exactly how far I've gotten in this game, to be honest. In this playthrough, the direction I should potentially be going is actually towards like the Raya Lucaria, or whatever it's called, the Magic Academy. That might be where I'm supposed to be going right now. That's very possible. Let's look at the map. Yeah, I think so. If the map would load. Yeah, I think... Because the way I've always done this game is I start here, you know, obviously, and then I go down, and then I come back up, and then I go into here, and then I go back, and then I do all of this and Radahn, and then I go up into all that mess. But let's boogie on to Rennala, because I feel confident about her. Or even the... If we could just get to the Red Wolf of Radagon. If so, either way, we'll see what happens. We'll head that way. We'll head that way. it'll be good to progress a little bit, and I think that's like the logical answer. I always do this on horseback, so let's do it on foot for a change. Unless it gets crazy. Then we will get on torrent and disappear. Oh! Yeah, there it is. There's the bull. Like, cause, what are you, sir, exactly? You're just an amount. What is this? This is horrible. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was crazy. That was crazy. They said, oh, you want to do this on torrent? You want to try that out? Okay. Go right ahead. Oop. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay. Mouse. I feel so bad when I encounter mice because they are so darn cute. So darn cute. Especially when they know. And I swear to God, mice are like psychological manipulators because when you see them and they're up against a wall, they do this thing where they like push their ears out and they look all like, oh no, I'm just the mouse Despero from the book, you know? So I never like kill them. I always try to just like trap them in a shoebox and then release them outside or something. But oh, I just wish they would have boundaries. Just like bugs. That's exactly how I feel about bugs. I'm like, I respect what you do for the environment, and I respect that you need to exist, but I just wish that we could coexist away from each other. You know? I don't want to be near you, and I don't think you want to be near me. So, if we could just make it like COVID and keep it 6 feet, that'd be cool. There's a death bird around here somewhere. And they are so cute. I see the videos of the people who have pet rats, and sometimes I would consider that. I couldn't right now because I have a pet cat, so that would be just simply asking for a cartoonish ass Tom and Jerry scenario where there would be giant mallets and traps around my house, and I really can't afford that. So we're gonna have to wait until I have one or the other. But it would be cool to have a mouse someday. Or maybe get like an exotic pet, but one that you're allowed to have. One that's like ethical to have. Trying to think of what that would be. Maybe like a parakeet? I don't know. That might not be so exotic to some people. I don't know. Up here in New England, most people just have your standard, like, cat and dog. Every once in a while, someone will have a bird. There was a lady who used to come into the garden center that I used to work at, and she used to have a parrot that was so well trained that it wasn't on a harness or anything. She would just come in and walk around, and it would hang out on her shoulder. And people could go up to it and pet it, say hello, and it would just chill. They do live so long. Birds live so long. I think like the low end of the spectrum for a lot of birds is like, well, like I'm talking parrots and parakeets, is like 20 years. So that's freaking crazy. Like, from what I've heard, I could be wrong. I am not a bird aficionado. I am a cat person, but like, it's a lot of commitment. You're basically dedicating like a chunk of your life to being a partner to this bird. You want to say hello again? Hello again? I love how cats specifically like to be in on what you're doing. So lots of the times if they say like you work from home and your cat keeps trying to jump on the keyboard, get your cat its own keyboard and they will sit next to it and look at it. Because sometimes I will come in here and right where I'm sitting, she'll be sitting here like sniffing the mic, and I'll sit here and be like, "Oh, did you just have your live stream? Did you just do your little live stream? What game were you playing?" You know? But yeah, 40 to 60 years for an African gray parrot. That's freaking crazy. That outlives people. Some people don't even live that long. My goodness. And then you have things like tortoises. My God. Speaking of tortoises, we have to get on to the obligatory, like, psychological, philosophical part of the stream where I yap about random things. In ancient Asian shamanism, they used to take tortoise shells and they would heat it over a fire, and then at a certain point would strike it with something, and then they would read the cracks in the tortoise shell to determine like future events and things like that. So cool. So cool. Ethically, you'd have to get one at like the age of 5 and keep it for its whole life. That's crazy. It's basically adopting a human that's just a bird. Pretty much. It's like adopting a whole person. I'm going the wrong way. I used to know someone who had, like, their mom had parrots, I think, or someone in their house had parrots. I just remember when I would go over there, there were birds. Birds were present. And they were very intelligent because I think it was like maybe not even 6 months into when I was regularly going over there to hang out. And this bird would be like, hello, hello. And I'm like, hey, I guess we're friends now. Because they're just that intelligent that they like kind of form their own relationships and friendships and stuff like that. And it's just kind of crazy to think about. I mean, all animals do that, but parrots and birds like that are just much more vocal about it. What really trips me out, 110% really trips me out, is the great apes, and specifically the orangutans, who have learned sign language and speak to us. Like, dead ass, speak to us and talk, like, about things. There was an orangutan that did a whole video, obviously not by itself. People set up the camera and all that, but it did a whole message in sign language about what it thought people needed to know. And it was talking about like animals and people are one, and like nature is important, and we need to, like, humans, like we love humans, but humans are stupid and they don't think of the future and stuff like that. And I was sitting here watching this orangutan talk to me, more intelligent than most world leaders. And I was like, oh my God. Holy shit. We're like 2 steps away from Planet of the Apes. I swear to God. And when it happens, you know what? I'm going to join the apes. I'm going to be like, you know what? You're right. Let's go. Let's go. Academy Gate Town. On the topic of sentient apes, Academy Gate Town. Now I know somewhere in here is that ice axe. But honestly, I don't really care to get it. I do kind of want to zoom to the like Wolf of Ratigan fight. I think I have to get the key like right there. So we're gonna go there, get the key, zoom on into the wolf, smack him in the face, try to make our way to Renala, smack her in the face, keep going. I would love to see Liurnia when it was like alive and functional, you know? I think that'd be really cool. Oh no, not the Miranda flowers. There is some lore that suggests that these Miranda flowers were once people. But that's none of my business, quite frankly. Especially if it's going to be sending spells at me. Am I going the right way? I think so. I want to see it when it was thriving. Yeah, see, like, it'd be so cool. I would love to see, I think a good snapshot to see the lands between would be when Renala and Ratigan first got married. Like, when they first allied their 2 houses, and all the lands between were, like, quote-unquote at peace. I know it wasn't actually that simple, but, like, I feel like that would be a good time to see everyone at their prime, you know? We're gonna grab the key and then we're gonna try to fight the dragon. But like, I just want to make sure I get the key, so I don't have to come all the way back here. Yeah. Definitely does a lot less damage than XX. Okay. He said bet. 2 meteors. Twins, Basil. Oh, let me get in there. Let me get in there. I am not wasting this opportunity again. Yes! Okay. We just do that like 6 more times and we're good. Oh, I gotta focus for that to happen though. Sorry y'all if I go nonverbal. It's necessary for the for this. Got me with his head. Son of a bitch. Sir, I'm not complaining per se, but you went the wrong way. And then he killed me. I do think we can get him. If there's a Stake of America opportunity, I'm gonna take it. Oh, there is not. That sucks. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. We'll circle back to that then because I want to focus on the Raya Lucaria. The wolf and potentially Renala. Definitely the wolf, though. That's achievable. We just have to, like, slice our way through Moongrim or whatever. Hello? Okay, there we go. Torrent was like, nah. Mm-mm. Ooh, I'm very excited. Excuse me, sorry about that. Very excited because I don't know if anyone is aware or knows of BB No Money, the artist, the like rapper. I am potentially like 99% going to see him when he comes to Mohegan Sun this summer. I'm so freaking excited. I'm so freaking excited. I went the wrong way to get to the wolf. But yeah, I am. Oh my god, I'm thrilled. So fun. Just so catchy. I'll put it in the Discord later, but one of his songs, especially Gigolo, is so catchy. I just can't help but sing and bop. That's how I know music is good. When, excuse me, Missy tries to hop directly on the laptop. When my body can't help but like move to it, even if I'm not singing and dancing, like on purpose, then I know it's good. So it'll be a good time. He also has, I'm very excited to hear, a song that he only does at concerts, which I think is kind of a cool idea in a way. He's not the first person to do it by any means, but like, I'm excited to hear it because it sounds like a friggin' bop. I just love concerts in general. I don't really go to them very often. The last time I went to one was last fall. It was a Marina concert, like Marina and the Diamonds. And, but now she's just Marina. But it was such a good time. And then, like, every time after I go to a concert for, like, a couple days after, I just have this, like, afterglow feeling. It's great. It's fantastic. Let's walk on through this barrier like it's nothing. So yeah, I do want to do The Sims. Completely different topic. ADHD brain just like switching off one thing, turning off another. But I do want to do The Sims at some point. For sure. I like briefly mentioned that, I think, in the Discord. But I just don't know anything about it beyond the basics. So it's definitely gonna have to be something that like y'all help me with. I'll have to put out feelers beforehand and be like, people who know The Sims, please help me. Also, I have to figure out if we're going to do more add-ons for the upcoming Minecraft realm. And then on top of that, I also had the idea of just starting a whole new world for the new upcoming Minecraft realm. So at some point, it feels silly to like do a live stream just to like discuss that, but I feel like that might be what needs to happen. Plumbella. Okay, perfect. This is okay, so this is another thing about YouTube. Last night, when I was live streaming, there was someone who was like very generously offering me their editing services, and I was like, okay, cool. I can look back at the chat afterwards, or so I thought, but I can't. So to that person, I am so sorry. I did not forget you. I just couldn't find a way to look back at the live chat. But I'm going to write that down right now in the Plumbella, just so I don't forget it. I swear there was one time after a live stream that I was able to look back at the chat replay. And I don't know how I did it, or if it was just like an accident, but I was hoping I could do that to find that person. But either way, hopefully they show up again when I'm streaming Minecraft. And fuck y'all. No offense, but fuck y'all. These two people in particular are the worst. This is going to be very difficult for me because I have no shield. Yeah, I don't know, man. We're just gonna do what I normally do. And no shame, we're just gonna run through this. we're gonna just sprint through this to the Wolf of Radigan. Because I never waste my time here, to be frank. No. No. If anyone knows American Dad, that part where Roger pulls out a freaking pitch pipe and is like, oh, no. Yeah. Whoop. Nice try, boys. Goodbye. So wait, also, when you say, oh, I need to focus. When you say lore, what do you mean? Is there like an overarching story, or is it just like the information that I need to know? Because that would be very fascinating if The Sims had lore, like a deeper plot. I always love new YouTuber recommendations because I end up either only watching the people that I like subscribe to and that I know, or I end up watching the same couple actual lore but not gameplay rather than. Okay, so I need to look into this then. If there is lore, deep actual lore, then what the fuck? Have I been missing out? Have I been just like living in a fantasy world this whole time where like The Sims is just a sim game and it's not? Oh god. Hold on 1 second. That's crazy. I never would have thought in my 30 years that there would be a lore to The Sims. And I'm so sorry again for all the camera adjustments. I'm really just trying to find like a good happy medium. And if I'm doing that, I should look at OBS, not YouTube. I'm gonna have to like put that into the title somehow. Gameplay / camera adjustments. So silly. Okay. Goodbye, Sam. I'll link her in the Discord. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, I always love finding people on YouTube who are knowledgeable about the lore, and then I do like a deep dive. That's what I did with Elden Ring before I actually like got into it. I watched a lot of like Hawkshaw, a lot of Smotown, a lot of Vatividia, a lot of those people who like know the lore back and forth, left and right. He's going to be difficult. The Wolf of Radigan is going to be difficult with my play style right now because he jumps around too much for my big swings. So I will have to just do like a regular heavy attack, if that makes sense. Like not holding down, but just pressing. But I'm doing a good amount of damage with just one. We might be able to pull it off. Especially if he keeps casting spells in the freaking, like, cabinet. Or whatever the hell this place is. In the walls. Summons to help avoiding this one. One second. Oh yeah, he got me there. Okay. Summons to help avoiding this run you're doing with any damage rate. Summons to help or avoiding this run. For some reason, my brain is like not comprehending. I'm so sorry. For some reason, my brain is not comprehending. Summons. I think I only have the wolves for summons. Yeah, I think that's about it. I have the I have the wolves, and then I think you get the. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I haven't really found the need for them so far. Like, I've usually been able to overcome the bosses without them so far. So I haven't, like, yet had the need. But I'm not against using them by any means, because I'm definitely one of those people who's like, I am not at all a purist when it comes to these games. I really don't understand the need for that type of thing. Like, because I've seen and experienced in real time a lot of people who are like, oh, if you do XYZ, then you're cheating. And I'm like, why would they put it in the game? And this is a conversation we've had before. But why would they put it in the game if they did not intend for you to use it? So this is a direct message to all the people who say that if you use summons in Elden Ring, you're cheating. You're just a sore purist, okay? You're just a sore purist, and you need to let people have fun. Okay, it's a game. It's supposed to be for people to have fun, and if people play in different ways than you that are not as difficult, that's fine. Nothing more annoying than the people who suck the fun out of a game by making rules where there were no rules before. You know what I mean? People do that with Pokemon a lot too. They'll be like, oh, well, if you do such and such a thing, then blank. Or if you're not EV training, then you're not, etc. My brother in Christ, it's a game. Have fun. Please. Ooh, shit, that was quick. Sometimes that goes like real fast. Come on, do the big jump thing. Not that big jump thing. The other big jump thing. I think that's one thing I rely on with enemies is they do certain moves that leave huge openings. And then I kind of rely on that to do damage. So like if he could just do his gigantic jump, I'd be good. But I think I'm going to have to be a little more brave than that. Here we go. me. Ah, no. Okay. I have literally 1 health point, but we are not giving up. We are going to do our damnedest. No! Oh, I totally could have done it. Totally could have done it. If I just timed that swing, that like roll better, could have got him. And I will next time. We'll get him. That was so close. If I could count the amount of times I've been like 1 HP away from beating a boss. Meow. Okay. No messing around. None of that. We're just gonna go right there. This is sort of an art in its own, you know, without getting hit. Alright. Let's do this. Come here, you big old bitch. I tried being more aggressive this time, and it did not work out initially. It did not work out. It did not work out initially, but that is okay. I'm just doing fucking sky ballet. I need more stamina, too. Because oh my god, I'm getting railed. That's crazy. Woo wee! That was crazy. Alright, the Red Wolf of Radagon won that time. With his sky ballet and punching me in the goddamn face. We will be back for round 3. 3rd time's a charm, am I right? My goodness. I don't know what my cat's doing. What are you doing? Come on. Okay. Okay, come on. Had to corral her when the windows are open because she'll smell like a fisher cat or a bear or something. and then she'll just sit by the window, puffed, freaked out, and I have to like drag her away. Like, homegirl, it's not worth it. They're not worth it. Leave them alone. That is one of the, speaking of living in the countryside, that is one of the other benefits, but also occasional downsides, is coexisting amongst wildlife, which I love. But when you have pets, can sometimes be a little sketchy. I need to dodge like 1 second later. When I hit him after the big old slam and he goes to swing at me, I dodge like 1 second too early and he hits me. Like right there, I'm lucky he didn't hit me because I dodged too early. Right there, right there. Okay, that's the fun thing about Dark Souls and Dark Souls and Elden Ring too, is you get to kind of watch yourself in real time, learn and overcome obstacles. I think that is the satisfying thing about it. Because I remember before I actually started playing Dark Souls, I was like, why do people like this horrific and painful game? But it's not the horror or the pain, it's overcoming that people like. It's very satisfying as a human to overcome obstacles, and this game is that incarnate, you know? One of my all-time favorite creators is the Backlogs on YouTube. I think he goes by Lemon, but his channel is the Backlogs, and he does predominantly like Soulsborne challenge run type stuff. And he's sort of become like a faux older brother figure in a way, because he's so freaking good at Dark Souls and Minecraft, or not Minecraft, Dark Souls, Elden Ring and all that. And his whole thing is patience. Like with any Elden Ring, Dark Souls boss, if you just have the patience to keep trying, you will eventually get it. It all just boils down to learning, taking shots when you can, and being patient. One big thing he always says is it always seems impossible until it's done. Which is nice in video games and in real life. Oh, he got me there. But we're getting closer. Every time we're getting closer. And that's what's important. Definitely once we beat him, we will, I don't know. I always want to just keep going. That's the other thing about live streaming. Like sometimes I get in a groove and I'm like, I know it's been 4 hours, but I'm just going to keep freaking going. That meme from, I forget the movie, but it's Leonardo DiCaprio. And he's like, you want to know what? I'm not fucking leaving. That. But it's when I'm having a fun live stream. So I used to watch those people do like Minecraft live streams with their friends for charity, and they would go for like 12 hours, and I'm like, how on earth? Now I get it. When you're having a good live stream and you're having fun and people are chatting and it's a good time, you can go forever. Unless, I mean, as long as you have food, water, a comfortable chair, good. Okay, hold on real quick. We're gonna give our wolves a shot to shine. Maybe they'll help. Luckily, it seems like the actual Wolf of Ratigan focuses on me. For the most part. Ooh, no! I had an opportunity to get a like crit, and my summons snapped him out of it with a regular attack. That sucks. That definitely helped. I will say that. Yeah, that's that 1 second I was talking about right there. Oh, yeah. Didn't think you were gonna do a little jumpy. That was a well, threw me off there. Do a split. Sorry, flip, not split. What the fuck? I'm so sorry. Do a flip is what I meant to say. I think I'm tired. Die. Oh my goodness, we made it. Woo! Holy shit. Do a split. What the fuck? Hey, it worked. I guess it probably distracted him in the same way that it distracted me. Oh god. Okay. Anyways. Let's level up and we'll continue right on. That's crazy work. Off to bed. Loved tonight's stream. Have an amazing evening. You as well. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm probably going to do one solid attempt at Renala. And then probably call it a night. I'm not sure. But thank you so much for showing up. Have a wonderful evening. And I'll see you Wednesday. If you're there. If you're available. I'll see you Wednesday. We'll be doing another live stream then. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Yeah. She's not the worst, but she's nothing to snuff at. Neither is Moongrim here. He is a fucking beast. We don't do that shit here. You can't heal. That's not. For some reason, I'm allowed to heal and you are not. That's just the way it works, sir. He might still kick my butt. It's very possible. Moongrim is a badass. Yep, there it is. Oh, goodness. You know what? It's been 4 hours. We might actually just call it here. We made progress in Pokemon Champions. We also didn't make progress in Pokemon Champions. You know, we won, we lost. We did some ESO. We did some Animal Crossing. And then we circled round to Elden Ring. It's been a fun evening. We've made progress in some of our live stream stuff. Had a good time. I think we might call it here. I will see y'all for sure on Wednesday. And I'm not sure what we'll be doing then yet, but absolutely was a great time. And thank you for everyone who showed up. If you want to, not a requirement, if you want to, feel free to subscribe. I do stuff like this more often. I'm getting into live streaming. It's not always as flippant. I found more and more recently that we've just kind of been hanging out and talking in chat, so I'm sure watching the VOD back is not as fun because it doesn't really make sense and there's a lot of stalls and gaps, so apologies for that. But I do also put out regular videos, usually around 2 times a week. So if you enjoy, subscribe, like, comment, share, all that good stuff. I don't really like asking because it feels kind of weird, but at the same time you gotta, am I right? So all that being said, have a wonderful night everyone, and